Right. Let's play some U-Boat. It's been a couple days. Excited to be back. Oh my gosh, it's still storming. Let's see what we got here. In-game volume sounds crazy loud. Let's get a ping just to know how deep it is. Meters, perfect. Feeling the music. Let's get some something a little chill. Cannot get over last play session in this one. It is just like monsoon. Right. Yep, that is our previous contact, which is great.
Nicht mehr aus.
Oh my god, this thing with the guys getting stuck drives me insane. What are you gonna do? listen for a sec, and then we will...
Zu Befehl, ich halte es nicht mehr aus.
So they're headed to 24.
Jawohl.
Let them have their listen, and then we'll see if I can put some of my learning to practice and get in better positioning. We shall see, we shall see. They're cruising at 7 knots, so we'll have to go just a little bit quicker to get there at a decent time. The hard part's going to be getting a visual again in the storm. Man, it's like impossible. Let's get moving. Probably gonna have to run about 3/3. Good Lord, I swear the storm's getting worse. It's craziness. Just out here tossing and turning. Lord.
That's it.
Go ahead and bump her up just a tad, then maybe we'll drop down again and see if I can get another reading on where this person might be. We will see, we will see. It's only about 13 knots and we are bucking. Lord, I swear the poor guys are gonna get swept out to sea.
Kapitän? Herr Kaloi?
Let's see.
Herr Kaloi?
Have a listen.
Kapitän?
Let's get you listening.
Aufsehrohrtiefe. Schiffsschrauben, Herr Kaloi.
They changing course on us here. Let's do some math. Sure seems like it, unless it's literally a different ship or we're that far off and listening.
Schiffsschrauben, Herr Kaloi. Aufsehrohrtiefe.
Gotta get a little deeper. This storm is so bad, we literally can't even, like, basically hear. Keep breaching water.
Schiffsschrauben, Herr Kaloi.
Drop her down, boys. We need to listen.
Schiffsschrauben, Herr Kaloi. 20 Meter.
Daddy made us. See if we can do a better job stocking this one. Take him out.
40. Diese Routine bringt mich um. Jeden Tag das Gleiche.
Boy, I don't know if we can get ahead of him. He's really feel like he's cooking, or our direction is just so far off. He's 41 clicks out. That's a long way. We're going to be trying to run into him like, I don't know. That is a ways. So I'm thinking we need to be something like,
Zu Befehl.
but we got to get down here quickly and get a turn on him. Let's see. Let's go ahead and surface. Get things going here and see if we can make a little better time. It's still storming like crazy.
Meter.
We need to get moving. I just don't know with this storm if I'm going to be able to get going quick enough to actually intercept, which is a bummer because I feel like I'm going to get better at that, and this is like really throwing a wrench into it. We shall see. Diesels are humming. Good Lord. We'll get swept overboard, guys. It's going to depend on how quickly I can get ahead of him. It'd be great if the storm let up. The last session we played a few days ago, this storm had started and this is still not let up. It is insane. I've never seen it like this in game. Crazy, crazy, crazy. ahead and shut that off. Hope you guys are doing good tonight. It's beautiful out here, weather-wise, IRL. Worked a little bit on the farm today, always a good time. It's actually hot right now. We don't have much air moving outside. It's making things pretty toasty again. That's June for you. Let's let him do his thing, get back on his schedule. I guess we'll do some time lapse here. I have a feeling he's going to get in front of us somehow because I just don't think with this storm we can quite go quick enough to get ahead of him. Oh boy. High frequency direction finder prototype is being transported by Empire Tower cargo ship headed to Leith, where it will undergo further testing. Sinking the ship will noticeably slow enemy progress in developing this tech. We estimate that it's currently passing through square AN278 with a course of 97 degrees. Ship is moving in a convoy traveling at a speed of 7 knots. We would get this kind of mission in this horrible storm. 278. Let's see where that is. Oh god, he's coming right at us too. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's the convoy right there. Holy cow. Wow. What a mess. So they are actually coming at us, like directly. Well, let's do this. That's not exactly what I wanted to do. Let me change that plot. There we go. Let's leave that out of our way for now. Close enough. Kind of wanted to have one right on top of that, but it's not quite letting us do that. I feel like the storm might be blowing them around a bit as well, although I'm not doing the best job at placing these points. It's not exactly straight. We might be able to about stop where we're at and try to just lay in wait. So, how quickly are they moving? 7 knots. Let's drop her down just a tad. Problem is they're in a convoy, which for me is still going to be a bit of a challenge as I'm still quite the rookie I'd much rather be taking on a single ship or two at a time, not 7 to 14 plus. Oh my gosh, the storm is absurd. Can afford to slow down a bit here. We're a little closer to where we need to be to intercept. Get right around 2 kilometers out, give or take, and we'll try to stay there as best we can. That's going to be the challenge in this, on top of the fact that it's a convoy, is the storm may blow us all sorts of directions. Bilge isn't exactly full or dangerous by any stretch of the means, but it sure has been piling up quickly with this rain not letting up and the fact that we were blistering through trying to catch that other ship. Our next problem is just how we're going to get a visual on these guys. It's going to be horrible. I think what we'll do is we'll go forward just a bit to close that gap, and then we're going to try to see if we can drop down and listen and maybe start picking up on who and what's in that convoy. If we go deep enough with the storm, they still might be able to get us a good reading. Might need to go. Granted, this isn't quite perfect plot to begin with. I'm a little shaky here. Look at that storm. We can't even keep her straight. Oops. It's not exactly what I wanted there. Alright. Now what we're gonna do is kill this stuff. We'll drop down and have a listen. 68 meters, perfect. It's about the lightest I've seen it in like what feels like months. Probably just in relation to time of day too, has nothing to do with the storm. I would love it if it's fortunate enough to not have like 100 destroyers escorting it, which probably isn't going to be much luck for me. Excuse me. them have their listen for a moment. Even our depth fluctuates this badly with the storm. It's crazy. Boy, we're gonna do our best. Yeah, see, my plot's looking like it was pretty far off. We might actually be we're gonna be right in the thick of that convoy. We probably want to sit here as best we can without going any closer. For now, let's get a little rookie practice in. I'll replot these lines. Truth is, man, that's not entirely my fault with the storm and not being able to get like good pickup on these things. It's really, really difficult to tell where the hell they are. Could literally be anywhere here. Look at that. Jumped within... Oh boy. It's gonna be fun. I would love to see the storm let up. Please. Have some mercy on a poor rookie. Crazy. God, forget trying to zoom in, huh? Wishful thinking, I can't see. Can't tell what it is. That might be a smoke cloud. Some of them. I bet it is. by all this water that keeps splashing on our lens. It's a big convoy. It's going to be like a 20 plus shipper. Not thrilled. Well, let's see. Let that compressor run out, and then I guess there's not too much to do other than probably head to like periscope depth, because we have to fire torpedoes from what, I think 20 meters and up. We can't go any deeper, so definitely gonna have to try to pick this puppy out quickly somehow, and maybe even do like quote unquote a cheat where a third person camera helps us distinguish which one it actually is. I don't know how else to figure it out in this horrible weather. Done there. I hate that so much. Like, I'm so used to kind of being spoiled and getting like good reads. This is bounced like all over the place. We could be too far north of the ship already, on the wrong side of the convoy from where we want to attack. It's impossible to know, really. I've seen it be up here. Now it's bounced down. At one point it was back here. It would be better. I'd be okay with it if it was closer to the original positioning, but boy, I don't know that we can trust it that well. Let's check our little tedious stuff. Galley's good. Should be fine for a while. I think the biggest thing is just figuring out where the hell this thing's gonna be. Look at that. Crazy. Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Smoke. Oh, that is for sure. So if that's, we'll say, clear sight and he's visible, that can literally be, they're already, some of the ships are already up here. That's gonna be way off. I think it's safe to say we can delete you, buddy. visual anyway so far on the 2. I suppose we can try to go to periscope depth and see, but first what we're gonna do is I'm gonna grab us some more water here prior to this engagement and whatever it ends up being, and we will BRB, guys. right. See what we can do. Not looking forward to engaging the convoy. Let's save over our old files. Let's see what the old Capitan sees. Of course, the convoy gets closer. I feel like the storm has just nothing but worsened. That one we might be in an okay position, albeit close, it looks like. Rough judgment. This other one is coming like what looks to be like right over top of us. Boy. So, I reckon we should probably go to periscope depth. And I'm gonna have to put somebody on the dive planes because there's no way these guys can keep it level and underwater. Horst, we need you, buddy. See what we can do. He's not on depth keeping. Interesting. Can we get you to help with that, sir? That would be great. We're gonna do our best, which is probably gonna leave a lot to be desired. Good God. Oh my gosh, there's no way we're gonna be able to see. I wish I knew that they were escorted or not. We would just stay up there if they were just nothing but freighters. Like, how in the hell am I gonna get a visual on them? know if we can get... I mean, it's an enemy convoy, I guess, right? So anything we sink is beneficial to our overall mission on the patrol, which we're already over 3,000 tons. So maybe if I can't visually see it safely without alerting them, we try to let our guys get the torpedo fix by audio, and then maybe we'll worry about the engagement part. Because aside from that, how else do you do this when you can't see them? I mean, the storm is just still... This has been a lightning symbol like the entire time I've been playing since we left. So those aren't destroyers yet. Problem is, we don't know. There could be any number. I have no idea. War Sudra. I guess we're kind of cheating using a little third-person cam, but... That's the Empire Tower. That's the one we need. Yeah, see, the captain can't even get a fix on him with the periscope because the waves are such a train wreck. Well, at least it is one of the ones that's further away from us, so we definitely won't have an issue with being on the wrong side of the engagement, it looks like. What we do need to do, though, is probably move up just a tad, because we are still roughly... Ever since I bumped that setting, I'm a little nervous about that. It keeps acting like they want to have the diesels on. Are we seriously going to move 1 knot? Let's get us like 4. I don't see anybody else with them. I mean, technically we could engage this convoy on the surface. I guess what we could do, or what we might try to do, is if we get enough of a reading on this guy or can get in a position to get a reading, maybe we'll sink him just to be safe and more efficient with a torpedo. And then if the others panic, or depending on what they do, we can surface and use the deck gun rather than burn all the torpedoes. We'll be a little efficient with our inventory, or try. Let's leave view. Bump her up just a tad. Now, I suppose the smart thing to do to be in good practice and as efficient as possible is pretty much map where this bozo is going. Alright, so we want to be pretty close to where we are. Probably like so. I should be using the protractor and compass to know for sure. I think this will work out. If we can get enough of a torpedo reading. We're only at 14% though. Those guys are slow when it's just audio they have to rely on. We just can't get the visual. Poor captain is just, he's screwed, man. Slow down just a tad. When we get closer, we might be able to have him kind of polish up that solution, or I might even be able to do a little bit, but right now with where it's at, it's just a no-go. Thank God it was on the far side of the convoy, because boy, this one could have been him there and we would have been just, I would have had to go up, try to probably turn to the east and come down, and by that point he may have already been much further. It would have been rough. I cannot get over this weather. It's amazing. I love that it's in game. But, wow, in terms of like helping you out, it's definitely not. Not even really visible right now because of the water. It's only an 18% firing solution. I don't know that he's going to be able to get it anytime soon. Let's see. Want to get just another tick closer to keep us away from this guy. That is a little bit of a fear that he's going to see us. Might try. Let's take a little bit of a manual look here with the periscope. Gosh, I wish we had filters on this baby. Just can't see squat with those waves. No way, no how. We're clear past the zone we need to be in. I'm going to assume that it is an Empire Tower based on what came through in that message. It's going to be impossible to see this. Right as I get to the end, it's gonna be like just a wash like this. Oh my gosh. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No? Could be a hair slow. Course. I would say he's probably... What's our other option for this? As an amateur, angle on bow, rotate the arrow to set angle on bow. The angle at which your U-boat appears to be from the perspective on the target ship's bow. Well, I would say we are pretty damn close. You know what? We're gonna do it the old way. I would say go ahead and stop right here. Give him just a tick. This will be a huge win if we can get him sunk. That puts us really good position for our patrol in terms of gross tonnage, and also that little side bonus of delaying their tech upgrades. Plus, it's just a good confidence booster for me if I can say that I got us in a decent position for a rookie. Now we're going to go ahead and stop. Should probably get some maintenance on the fish. I doubt that's been done. Let's get you.
Bestätigt. Sehr gut, Herr Kanal.
Get those puppies warmed up. I feel like one of those ships in this convoy is like a, not a freighter, but a tanker. That thing looks massive from what I saw already. We might try to go after something like that just to get some excess tonnage. You guys get that fish warmed up. Probably should already had you on this if I was thinking. Now you're gonna do maintenance on 2, 3. Go. I don't like how that shows estimated course. Why the hell is it behind the target? My calculation was off. We know that they were traveling about 7 knots. Oh, this is backfiring. Oh boy, we might have blew it. That looks a little better. Shit. I think we're still a little off. That's looking a little better. Kind of cheating, but hey. Now we blew it though because it's greater than 90 degrees. Ah, it's so frustrating. He's cooking too. I don't think we're gonna get it. I'll be damned. My calculations were off on the bearing. Yeah, those are already well behind. Oy vey. Yeah, those aren't going to impact anything, I promise you that. Goodness sakes. What a mess, what a mess, what a mess. Yeah, we knew that was going to miss, boys. Gonna need you to get on the deck gun. To see if we can put a couple shells into this guy, or else this might have been a blown opportunity. Hey, you live and you learn, right? Slow her down. There's no way I'm going to hit him at this speed. A fire on board, something. There we go, that's what we need. On damage, should be going down. We're gonna hope. We're gonna hope. Not a total bust, just a mess up by me. abandoning? I think they did. That's big. Well, at least we got him, I guess. Wasn't the most stealthy and prepared. Really, the only thing I got wrong was I think I was a hair off on the speed because technically we had heard that they were moving 7 knots. But I think that the direction as well, somehow I goofed that up with my initial selection. I must not be thinking of it the right way. It's alright. Stuff happens. Meth Mouse. It's going alright. We got the ship sunk that we needed to sink. Stormy weather, which was my last stream as well, has not cleared up still. But we got the job done. A little messy. My calculations on the torpedoes were a little crap. Room for improvement. We'll leave it at that. Let's see if there's any officers on these. I'm sure. We'll take you guys with us. The others. That's right. That's all that matters. I think we'll get home in one piece. I'm getting a little better figuring out the navigation. I got in a much better position for this one. It was just my targeting on the torpedo was just a hair off, and I could tell, so I guess that counts for something. Let me give you guys just a couple supplies just to be nice. We already hit that lifeboat. Appreciate you. It's been fun streaming U-Boat. A lot of people are really into it, and I enjoy it. Just a newbie, so to speak, so I gotta learn. All right. What about these other ships? Are they still close? They are. Let's clean up this map just a tinge. And let's see if we can't maybe take out some more ships. We're within our patrol zone, I believe. Yeah, well within. Might as well sink some more, or attempt to. Off. We might want to bump up our speed here. Yeah, our navigation right now is terrible. The storm, I don't think we can get our bearings well. The old captain struggling a bit. See if we can get ourselves just a bit closer. Ooh, they're turning away. Understandable. 8 knots. War Sudra. Yeah, this thing, Empire Labrador, that puppy is a biggin. Let's go after him. We'll prioritize that. He's only doing about 6 knots for the time being. See what we can do. Bumping up his speed just a tinge. We are in decent position for that deck gun at least. Hell, I guess they have a decent firing solution on him. I wonder if we use our little... Of course, I don't have good warm up on these torpedoes either. Could be a big dud. Second and try. Are you excited for the full release, Mouse? I see they put their kind of 1.0 trailer out the other day, about a week or two ago, if that. Less than 2 weeks ago, 7 to 10 days ago. I don't know that they gave like an official date. It's uploaded on YouTube, and I joined their Discord a few weeks back, and I saw that they had linked it there. I'm assuming it's in the very near future. I'm ready for it for sure. I know that they improved, like in the trailer, you'll see the voice lines, like AI kind of interaction is a lot more like fleshed out. So that's pretty cool. I like that they did that. Definitely looks like they polished up some stuff for sure. I think the explosions, like they show a few animations of that. Sale. Yeah, 4th of July. I think I nabbed mine on like a holiday sale last year maybe, so I was able to get it cheaper as well, which is always a plus, right? Let's get, we'll use our deck gun. Yeah, $9 or $10. I think that's about what I paid for it. Probably like 10, maybe 12 tops. I know I got it really cheap, which was great. Yeah, I learned a little bit, like basics and understanding of like what to learn from some of the guys on YouTube. There's some really good content creators for it. I've seen Lightly Salted. He's actually popped into the stream a couple times when I started this. And then the other one I believe is that Wolfpack, like 345 or something. He makes like really nice cinematic shots. It's pretty cool. Those are the two big ones I've watched. Yeah. Also land a shot. That felt like it hit. Oof. This is not possible. Fire started, that's for sure. There we go. Let's see. Ooh, he's got a lot of health though. See if we can get a few armor piercing rounds. almost, though. I bet he picked up speed as well. Missed that one. Let's see if I can get us in a little better position here. He's not picked up any speed, which is good for us. Let's see if we can do that. Was talking to some folks in the last stream, and we were discussing some other like games that we've played, like sub sims and whatnot. It was pretty fun talking about all the different ones we've tried and not tried. U-Boat's by far my favorite. I feel like it's, for me, it's a pretty nice mix, kind of some tactics to it, but not necessarily like overwhelming, and compared to some others I've played which are incredibly difficult. Sega Genesis. It's been a while. We talked about it last stream. My first one that got me hooked on them was there was a Tom Clancy based on the book, if you know SSN, and it was somehow made into a sim on like 90s Windows PCs, and somehow I coaxed my parents into buying me that and playing on a computer that could barely handle it. And it was so much fun. I loved it. Like, I was obsessed with it. And that was probably like late 90s for me, maybe. I think that was the first one I ever played. This puppy is gonna take some rounds. I should have left the torpedo and had a chance. Yeah, this rig's pretty good. I've upgraded some stuff this like first of the year. My GPU, which my old GPU, I started with just a new but older, obviously. It was an RX 580. And it ran it great. I never had any hiccups. Right now, I'm definitely running overkill for this as I play on 1080 on both my monitors. But, you know, 16 gigs of RAM, pretty average stuff, nothing crazy. I do have the settings bumped up, I think, on here, but I've never really gotten much like stagger or anything. I think it's fairly optimized for a smaller game, for sure. Like, it's definitely not a bad. I've seen worse from bigger games. There we go. Fire, maybe that'll help us. God, this guy takes like no damage. It's crazy. Mac, okay. A buddy of mine was always a big advocate for boot camp. I had a Mac for many years, ran great, loved it, and then just pulled the trigger on a gaming PC I built pretty modestly, like nothing crazy. 2019, I think. So I've had it a couple years and done some upgrades now, but just runs great, man. I have zero complaints. I see so many people have trouble with theirs, and I'm very fortunate. Like, I guess I do my research on it, that's for sure. I think we missed that one. We're starting to get some damage on him, but goodness sakes, he is sucking up the tech gun. Just need him to train a little bit more. If you get a chance, I appreciate that. Maybe my aim's not terrible. I got plenty of experience with shooters back in the day. If you get a chance, what I was going to tell you, look up their Discord and try to join that. There's a lot of information in there regarding the game and like other channels within the Discord for like people running it on certain systems. I think there's people in there running it on like Linux and everything. So it's, I think you definitely would have some pretty good chances there. No, the sea has been horrible. Yeah, for sure, man. Our first foray out about a week ago was the same thing, man. Horrible storms, can't see 2 feet in front of us. It's been terrible for like 2 weeks. I want to say he's going down, but man, this game, that's one thing I've noticed is some of these ships will get horrible pitch like that and they stay up somehow, like they just creep along. That fire might do the trick though. He's still treading water, I guess. I really don't want to burn on. Oh, okay, that's got to go under, right? There's the lifeboats. That's for sure. Aircraft in this game terrify me. They come in so fast, and it takes the boat a little while to get under. It's very sketchy. I've had some horrible encounters with aircraft. She's going down. Let's see. We need to get our boys on the radio. We do have an anti-aircraft gun right at the back of the conning tower here. It's a little hard to see, I guess. There she is. Let's get radio men. Oops, on hydrophone. I believe when you get a little further into the war, you can upgrade your conning tower to actually put 2 of these AA guns on. I've seen like in some footage from some of those guys like Wolfpack, they tend to play later when there's a little more action. So I do believe you can upgrade that. It's pretty cool. I have had to use it in the past, for sure. That in. Read a military doctrine paper about 50 cal could rip up a sub. Oh, I can imagine. It'd be terrifying, right, to be on one of these. We were talking about that last stream as well. I know that when I've played in game and had aircraft that were equipped with depth charges, it is, man, it is just like throwing up a prayer that you won't die. Like, it's terrifying. There's nothing you can do, right? Just try to get under and fast and just run away. Hope that they lose you. Yep. Let's see. Can we interact with them yet? We can. Gosh, I'm actually going to have so many officers, we might start to not be able to take these guys on. Yeah, these will be the last 2 we can take. We'll give them a little supplies. We'll be decent folks. We'll use the canned bread. Nobody likes that, right? You are welcome. This guy, I don't know. We might be able to catch him. He's moving a little quicker. He's still at 7 knots. We might as well try. Get moving here. We are low on ammo. On that deck gun, anyway. Yeah, the aircraft, it's actually, I think, one of my favorite things in this game, even though I don't like facing against them, and it's incredibly dangerous, like you mentioned, but it escalates, like, your nerves go from, like, relatively chill to just 100 because you're so worried about what's going to happen. It's a pretty good aspect of the game, I think. They did a good job capturing that. If you hear them or see them, it's usually too late, and you're going to have to I'm gonna have to hope for the best. Yeah. Somebody told me that one of the other... I don't have snorkel yet. No, we're early in this one. I started kind of bare bones. None of the luxuries. Let's see. Quickly moving here. 9. Let's bump her up just a tad. Try to get closer to this guy. Still cannot get over. The storm has not broken just at all. That's the lightest I've seen up here, and that's probably just time of day, I bet. Which I have lost track. It looks like it's maybe about 5 a.m. roughly. He's definitely going to try to zigzag us out for torpedoes, so it looks like deck gun's going to be our best option for sure. We'll see if we can get up somewhat close to him. Bumper up a tad. He's trying. I almost feel bad for this one. Don't know that I'll be able to... I still need to get a little closer. I think we're a ways away with these horrible waves. We don't want to waste too much of our ammo. We'll play it patient. He can't attack us. He might radio in. I suppose that's a possibility. Might turn sour. Poor guys in the conning tower just getting beaten by water. Yeah, they're all freighters when we came into this engagement right before you popped in, I think. And nothing they can do really to defend themselves. So we're definitely going to get up closer to him here and see what we can do. Take him out, get some additional progress. No reason to make it tougher on me than we need to. Doing that, closing the distance, I should probably see, we need to get, I believe those torpedoes earlier need to be reloaded. Yes, they do. So let's go ahead and do T1, T1. Far are we looking here? It's under a kilometer. Let's get Mr. Kurt to the deck gun. See if we can take him down. He shouldn't be quite as bad as the last one. That was a much bigger freighter, I believe, or tanker rather. This is an actual freighter. We're still cooking along pretty good. We can afford to slow down a bit as well. Close enough. He can't really run from us, I don't believe. I don't know that I've seen a freighter go much more than maybe 7 or 10 knots. Mission objective for this one was simply a patrol, but I tell you what, even with the horrible weather, I've encountered so many ships, it's actually, you know, kind of nice. So it'll be a big XP boon for the crew. It'll be nice to kind of get them ranked up and just more money, they pay out better. Let's see if we can get around into this guy. Let's finish off our... Has been a good hunt on this one, I tell you what, even considering the weather's been just atrocious. Here we go, getting bumped a bit. Just need a fire on board. That's almost always such a win with these. Oh, almost missed. Down to armor piercing now. That one missed. Under control. Just when I thought he wouldn't quite be as tanky. Thing is, I don't know that these have really like a in-game weak point. If they do, I'm definitely not aware. They're saying it's sinking. Oh, he's right over top of the wreckage from prior. Or no, he went down that quickly? No way. Wow, that happened fast. Was not expecting that. Wow, 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 wow. Let's slow down here. I'll be darned. Cannot take you guys on board, unfortunately. You are on your own in this. We are full up on captives. I suppose let's get away from that wreckage and let's head up north because that's initially where we were going when I peeled off to engage. This convoy was actually radioed to us for carrying sonar tech for the Allies, and they requested that we try to intercept and take it down. So it is actually pretty nice that I was able to make that happen. I was pretty worried we might miss our chance in the storm. Let's see. He's got our torpedo finishing up. We'll get him some extra help to speed that process along. Should be pretty well kosher. I think right now our biggest risk has been that our navigation's dropping steadily because the storm, my guys can't get our bearings properly to like kind of make sure to pinpoint us on the map. It's slipping. I'm down under 60% right now accuracy, so our travel's going to be a bit off. Should be good on fuel. We've been pretty efficient with it. Yeah, we've got a lot. I can barely see the bar missing here. I'm pretty patient with it. I play slow, so I don't typically burn through it quite as much as some people maybe. We're going to go... Let's actually head... We'll go a bit north and then we'll cut her west because I need to kind of stay somewhat in the zone and have a listen on the hydrophone. Poor guys, all they've seen is red light for about 2 weeks now. The storm, we need the visibility. I'd love to give them some fresh air and without getting drenched on deck, and turn the normal lights on for them to increase their morale. The red light kind of kills them slowly. They hate the being cooped up, I guess. Pretty good right now. We're up there, but we have been working them a lot, just tracking these guys down. The hard part's been that when we hear them on hydrophone, we kind of figure out where they're at, like in the vicinity, but to get an actual visual bearing with the storm like this, even manually, like when I take over the you know, viewing officer, see, it's telling them that they're strained and stressed right now. Just as we talk about it, they don't like it. We'll take his guys off. A little less work will help them. Right? I think they've definitely built it into the game where the guys, I think it's a mechanic designed to somewhat help you as the captain, whatever, the overseer, kind of determine which ones are going to crack when things get bad. So I do kind of like that mechanic, that's a thing, and it's pretty interesting because when they are, you get back to port, you kind of tell them, hit the road, get out of here. T-man, yeah. Normal red lightning in a storm, gotta love it. You came to the wrong stream if you're looking for good weather here, my friend. It's been bad weather. Send them in the tube, yeah. Just boot them out. Make room on board. Pretty happy that we were able to get those guys sunk. I would like to get a bit further away and have a listen just to see. We had a couple other ships north of us right in here when I initially started all this. Been there, done it. Yeah, this is the first time, man, in all that I've played that I could not believe how long this weather has lasted. Just throw them overboard. We'll keep that in mind. Just boot them off. How far are we away from that? Not far. Speed them up. Thank you, sir. Tubes are loaded. Look at that. Still daytime and we can't see squat. It's horrible. Let's see what we can do. Type 7, yes sir. Or just find a random rifle and shoot him. You run a tight ship, huh? Got a couple rifles on board, I think. If push comes to shove, we have it covered. Let's have a listen here. Let's grab somebody to just ping this. I never trust my depth anymore. A mutiny on the boat, right? He runs a tight ship. He must have sea dogs all the way around. Sea wolves, I'm sorry. 125 plus, yeah, we're golden. Nice. Started playing very end of last year, casually every now and again. So a little bit of experience with it, still got a long ways to go. The shark started following the boat. It's old school. Let's listen. Are you excited, T-Man, for the 1.0 release? We were talking about that here, Mouse and I. I was telling him about the video they released about, what was it, a week or two ago, maybe? The AI improvements with the crew seem pretty neat, like kind of more fleshed out voice lines. I'm a fan. I'm ready for that. Sharks are dead. Shoot. Well, we hear something. It's probably one of the ones I peeled off from earlier. Ooh. Large group, eh? Cannot believe in this horrible weather I've encountered this many ships. It started off as such a quiet patrol. No info on them yet. That's the other thing I worry about with this storm. Yeah, I'm excited. Finally gets fully released and hopefully it's a stable build. Yeah, for sure. I haven't had too many issues with mine. I know I was telling Mouse here that I had joined the Discord, like their official Discord, and like I kind of leaf through it every now and again just to see what everybody's chatting about. And you see some people, posting like really interesting bugs and stuff, little glitches. So I'm sure they're listening to that feedback, you know, being a smaller project. We'll see. Gosh, we got all kinds of stuff in here. Of course, the way this is with the storm, God, it could be the same group like it was earlier. We couldn't pinpoint them. I like that in the trailer, a little bit of a spoiler for Mouse maybe, but I saw they show off like the sub cruising along and the Japanese sub is right beside them. That was pretty neat. That'll be pretty cool to actually... I don't know. I guess it'll remain to be seen if we get like any interaction with them or whatever, other ships. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That'd be neat for sure, the travel. Or just to, like you said, maybe do some missions, patrols in those areas. That would be neat. Don't know with these guys. He doesn't have anything for a heading, so I don't know where the hell they're going. Absolutely, I still miss Silent Hunter. 3 days. I never played Silent Hunter as popular as it was. We talked about that a little as well last week, and I just here with Mouse. I think I recall reading a story about one German ship going around the southern tip of South America and getting into the Pacific for a mission. That'd be crazy. I think this game doesn't limit you, like, isn't that a viable range to go technically? Like, because it does show ports like that far away. And I think there's even, yeah, there's a few. Port of, I believe that's Aruba. What else we got? Anything? I can't remember. Yeah. Buenos Aires. So that might be, maybe that's a thing. Maybe we're going to see some long distance. I'd be down for that. It'd be fun. Milk cow, yeah. Has to be so sketchy. Can you imagine that? The distance in one of these things? As amazing as the engineering was, but at that time, like the limitations. Yeah, we have no info on these contacts. I think this might actually be our group. Those are probably what we sunk. Where are these guys going? 180 directly south. That might be... Man, I wish I knew. Let's, I'm just going to kind of dive into that vicinity. I'm not really high pressure right now for more ships to take out. We'll give her a look. Yeah, I'm not actually sure high discipline. Just the depth is stressing them out right now, I guess. Tin can boat with food, torpedoes, and ammo. We have so much better subs now than ever. We talked about it last week on stream. I think the same outfit that's publishing this is putting out, it's on Steam. If you take a look, it's got like a corny name like Nuclear Sub or something. But it's basically, from what I can gather, like this game just with newer updated systems, nuclear subs. I actually have it saved on my wish list. I'm very interested in checking that out as well. I'd love the same kind of theme just with the updated, tech. U862 IRL. Cool. Good to know. Something worth checking out. I got a pretty good book recommendation last week. It is, I can tell you actually. Let me see if I can pull it up here while the guys have their hydrophone listening party. Let's see. It was an autobiography of someone U-boat related that was recommended. Thunder Below. I did miss the author, but it's an autobiography and was highly recommended by one of the guys in the stream last week. I definitely want to check it out. Missed the name. Sorry, I had to refresh. It is called Thunder Below. I will confirm for you here. Let's take a peek. Yeah, Thunder Below. It's an autobiography is all I can really tell you. I forget the name of the person. Let's see what we got here. Still raining. This is insane. I'd also pass on Iron Coffins. I think I saw Iron Coffins when I was picking up a few books online a month or two ago. I almost bought it. So if you've read that, it's pretty good. Let's see. It is doing this funky graphical thing where as the rain's falling, I'm getting like square kind of sheets coming down. It's a little weird looking. Only at certain angles. Kind of perpendicular to the sub. Haven't just excerpts. Seems like a future potential buy. I did see that one as well. I might even have that saved as well, to be honest with you, in like a wish list. Let's go ahead. Yeah, I don't know. He couldn't get us a bearing on those other contacts, and I know one of the three that were picked up are definitely the ships that we sunk out of that convoy already. Let's move her along here. I would love for this weather to break. Been reading about the Battle of Surgo Strait. Not familiar with that one. I used to read a lot into like the naval battles. I remember in school I did a lot of reports on those. That was always kind of my little niche and passion project. I haven't read anything recently, to be honest. I should. It's pretty good so far. Good read. Any of you guys have a personal favorite, like a movie, sub-related, or anything like that? I know there's a couple good ones out there over the years, some that I'm still a big fan of to this day. I know some are more realistic than others, but you can find some enjoyment in even the cinematic ones. Very good read, very interesting. Escorts really don't like you when you get a boat. Let's see. Glad to hear it's pretty good though. Down Periscope, the humor. I haven't seen that in a very long time, to be honest. U571, that's always a good one. Thinking theaters about the Enigma, yeah. It's a bit Hollywood for sure. It was fun, yeah. I've watched it a few times for sure. It's always just something fun to watch. Dramatic for sure. I would say my favorite of all time, U571's fun to watch. I always liked Hunt for Red October, more modern, I know. Slow stick showing the history of cinema. Das Boot, it's a good one for sure. I watched that more recently, actually. My favorite, aside from combat, but sub-related and not even remotely realistic, but still to this day, my obsession from childhood was I believe it was 1954, the Disney 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea with James Mason. Gosh, I'm going to forget all the actors now. Kirk Douglas, you know, the whole nine. Peter Lorre, forget who played Professor Aronnax. All-time favorite. I could watch that movie every day from now until my dying day. Love it. Just the Victorian look of that sub as a kid, and the squid fight was like the most fascinating thing when you're a little younger kid. Even though, albeit it's not even remotely realistic. I'd have to say the best submarine movie is Red October. Red October is fantastic. It's one of my favorites. I watch it regularly. We Dive at Dawn. I've never seen that one. Great movie, free on YouTube. I will check that out. I'll add that to my little note pile here of good recommendations. Dive at Dawn. Always love a good freebie on YouTube. Shows both US and German sides, both captains. That's pretty cool. Let's anchor up just a tad. The storm is just gonna stay circling above our heads from now till the end of ever. Cat mouse theme. Did you see Greyhound? I did not see Greyhound. I've watched a few clips. One ping only, Captain. One ping, please. I wish I could do his voice, huh? I still, man, as a fan of him in so many movies, and obviously like when he did James Bond and everything, it's crazy to think he's no longer with us. It's nuts. I did not see Greyhound though, Mouse. I want to see it. I've seen a few clips on YouTube. It does look pretty good. I think that would be cool to watch from the perspective of the destroyers, right? Yeah. It's on my list of things to watch that I haven't seen yet. Tom Hanks, and I recognize a few of the other guys in the clips I've seen, so it'll be cool to see. Let's speed her up just a tad. It's a soldier's tale, no drama narrative except fighting in the Atlantic. It's pretty cool. I like in the one of the scenes that I've seen where they encounter their sub and they what do we got going on out here? Is that a ship? Oh, it's the lifeboat. See, I knew we were still close to those guys. Just take her north and then start heading the other way, I think. All we really have to do at this point is patrol. We're well over tonnage, amazingly. I cannot get over the weather. Blows my mind. Of all the times I've played U-Boat in the past few months, like, I've never seen it last this long. It's literally been like multiple weeks. Just that time of year, I guess, huh? September? In that area. I don't like skipping through what month. We are in the middle of September. It's September 15th, 1939 right now. I don't know. I know that one of the missions, which I actually did on a previous stream, is where you install a weather station. I can show you on the map. I believe it still shows up. We had to go all the way. I believe it was... Maybe it doesn't show up anymore. I believe it was right in here. So we had to sail all the way from our home port for now, which was... right here, Wilhelmshaven. I'm going to butcher that name. We had to come all the way up. We encountered nothing like the entire time, and right when we got there and offloaded the guys. Meanwhile, in the Mediterranean during 43. And we offloaded our guys up there to do it, and we had destroyers pass right overhead, and the water was so shallow. It was like, I don't even know if we had 30 meters. It was terrifying. Never found us, thankfully, but little white-knuckled there for a bit. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Just rain, 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 rain. Pucker factor 10, indeed. Bear Island, that's it. Thank you, Army. Bear Island, been there, done that. Yep. What do we have on this message I was not paying attention to? Convoy, Naval Square, and 194 pursuing 6 merchant ship, 5 escorts. Woo! Southwestern course. 194. So they're heading a bit of ways from us, probably. See, what makes me nervous over here is we start getting near those Air Force bases, and good Lord, I've had such bad times near those. Let's, we're going to stick to our course for now. I'm not particularly eager to engage right now with how low I am on deck gun ammunition. Good on torpedoes, but deck gun I am not. Which we wouldn't really be using, I guess, if they're escorted. Do you have a favorite mission there, T-Man, that you've done? Like, out of your playtime? Like, anything you really liked? Any of them you hated, maybe? I've had a few that I'm not a huge fan of, but I don't think it was necessarily the mission, just personal, you know, happenstance. So glad I unlocked the snorkel after 10 to 11, yeah. Everybody, when I stream, everybody asks me if I have the snorkel unlocked, and I'm like, nope, we're all the way at the beginning. I don't have all the gear yet. One of my first playthroughs, I did one of the missions where you had to escort the spy into like a harbor, an enemy harbor. That was pretty sketchy when it's shallow water. They have nets up, the whole nine. It was such a headache. Mouse and I were discussing the airplanes and how sketchy that gets, how quickly. Look at this rain just hanging in there. It's crazy. Looks like the weather is slightly, the sun's, you know, it's daytime in theory, so we got a little bit of light, but just still rain. Still just the waves too, just make it so difficult. God forbid you want to see anything before they get the jump on you, right? I bet we had, yeah, it's still 25 knot wind. It's been that for like a week. Guys are probably soaked and chilled to the bone. Let's get forward just a tad, and I guess maybe we'll slow down and have another listen. See, maybe we'll pick up that convoy, although if they're heading southwest, they're probably well outside of the patrol zone by now. Too. Just gonna ping just to make sure it's nice and deep out here. Should be. You gonna walk halfway back to your bunk before you do that, buddy? There he comes. Wrong guy. I was looking at the radio, man. 85 meters, plenty. We run into any other U-boats on patrol? I was close to one early on in this patrol. We picked him up on hydrophone, and for whatever reason, maybe it's a bug, maybe it's just the way it is, we didn't identify it as a U-boat. So in the storm, when we got closer to it, trying to see if it was like a lone escort, or freighter rather, we found out it was a U-boat, so I just, you know, we ignore it and move on, I guess. You can find them out on patrol for sure. You will. Gosh, assuming we make it back to port, we'll have all those survivors to turn in too, the officers. I'm up to 6, I believe. Happen to know if 1.0 will have any multiplayer. Seems it would be fun to make a wolf pack with others. As far as I know, they're not. I could be wrong. If anybody else chimes in, T-Man, some of the other people may be more experienced. I know, I think the other day I happened to peruse the Discord and people asked about multiplayer, and if I remember correctly, one of the admins, whatever you want to call them, people in the kind of heading the Discord stated that it's not on their radar anytime soon, so I guess we'll see. I agree, it would be fun for sure, right? I run into so many U-boats on patrol, probably like 13 to 14. You're the veteran out here, you're seeing them all. I've seen a handful, 3 or 4 maybe, tops, counting today's. Least AI that you could control command. It'd be cool. Last week we talked about, what's the other game? Wolf something. I'm forgetting the name for whatever reason on Steam. It's a U-boat based game, but you, I think, can play multiplayer like with other friends, whatever group in your crew. It looks pretty fun. Wolfpack. Thank you, sir. I can count on you, see? You helped me out last week. You missed my much improved navigation earlier. I remembered your tricks. Still had to take him out with a deck gun because my torpedo targeting leaves a little to be desired, but at least I recognized my mistake when I made it. Black as night. Not picking up. No, got something. Thanks for the follow, Mouse. Appreciate you. Definitely enjoying the little groups that I've found on here for this game. I love to see people interested in it and similar things, similar games and topics. Where are they heading? 224, 7 knots. So they're heading away from us a bit. Kind of almost same direction, really. Had a few beers. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. We'll be around. I plan on streaming some more U-Boat, so I'll be here. Appreciate you. Have a good one, man. What problems are you having with torpedo solutions? Because I might be able to assist. T-Man, you and I'm going to butcher your name here. Amanim? Yeah, we'll talk to you, Mouse. I saved your recommendation, so I got that with Amanim's book from last week, so I will check it out for sure. T-Man, the issue I was having, to be honest, I think for me it's more my positioning, but the guys gave me some good recommendations last week on how to kind of set myself up better to be where I need to be ahead of time. And right before you guys had jumped into the stream tonight, I think I actually kind of nailed it about as well as I needed to for the convoy that we sunk. The issue I had with the torpedo was I was kind of screwing off and wasn't paying enough attention to get my directional, kind of the bearing for the targeted ship. So I was off on that by literally just like a couple degrees, and that equated to me firing 2 torpedoes and literally just being slightly behind target. I literally was off. I suppose it could be either the bearing solution that I came up with, or I also could have been technically off maybe 1 or 2 knots, I suppose. Maybe I was a little low. When we tried to calculate that, I did it manually, and the waves were so bad I had a very hard time distinguishing when to stop my time. So, like I said, I kind of figured that I was off, so it's not a surprise, unfortunately. But you learn, right? The positioning I was struggling with more because it was like I was kind of flying blind, just hoping I was going to be where I needed to be. But the guys helped me out here last week, Amanim and some other guys, and definitely has clicked a little better. So much appreciated from them. Definitely not an expert by any stretch of the means, but I think I can hold my own here a bit. Now, when I get into a big convoy with 20 ships, that's going to be a different story, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Appreciate you. I remembered your tips, I promise. Mouse mentioned earlier, he said the main goal is to get everybody home in one piece, right? So that's what we're going to focus on. Let's see. It is still storming. Imagine that. Periscope depth. Kind of just going to ride out this patrol a little casually here. We'll take our choice targets, if anything. I don't know that I really want to get too involved with a convoy now with Couple torpedoes getting wasted somewhat earlier, and deck gun is super low because we did sink 3. T-Man, appreciate the follow, man. Man, I'm still learning to deal with convoys in this game. Most of my recent subgaming has been Silent Hunter 4, and fighting the Japanese was so much easier. I've only had like limited convoy experience in this. It's my issue with it is like I don't even want to say that the positioning's bad for me, but like I guess it's just strategy, right? Like, who are you going to attack? And then when you do, maybe just dive deep and hope they can't find you. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a decision you have to make in the moment, right? It's always the fears of the destroyers. I mean, that's your, you know, that's what's going to put you under. I know that I think in this game there are aircraft carriers. Am I mistaken? I feel like I've seen like people's clips and whatnot online of that. I've never seen one yet, but I believe there are, I think. The old Silent Hunter games, I need to check those out. I mean, I know they're wildly like up there for like tier of popularity and like quality, from what I've always heard. Don't need blue light on. Is that compressor on? I missed that. Yes, we do. We're good. Kicked on so the guys aren't. There are carriers, but the tonnage won't count. Really? I guess they're more wanting us to, excuse me, prioritize freighters, right? I feel like a carrier would be kind of scary to face, right? Because I don't know if those mechanics are in the game, but in theory they have planes, right? So that could be pretty dangerous pretty quickly. I think from some of the clips I've seen, it takes quite a bit to sink them, right? Because they're so large. Let's see. Maybe when we get to that point, we'll just have another listen again. Do some fast travel in the meantime. I cannot get over this rain. I keep saying it, but it just blows my mind. Oh, the thunderstorms have stopped. Freighters and the tankers, yeah. I've sunk a few tankers, not on stream, but like in previous playthroughs, just toying around. I've never seen the carriers. Never the carriers yet. Oh my gosh, it's not a total disaster with visibility now. Might actually have to worry about us being seen. I don't know, waves are still pretty bad. Nighttime again. I have like a little bug with that little drop down menu. I don't like scrolling in and out on the mouse wheel. I feel like it takes a little bit too much. Tankers have like a mini fireworks show, especially if they're carrying like oil or ammunition. Yeah. I've seen footage of it, like people hitting them and they kind of go up in a pretty big ball of flame. It's pretty neat. I think they show off in the 1.0, the trailer, I think it's a carrier getting hit multiple times is pretty cool. So I'm assuming maybe they reworked some things, possibly graphically, for like the collisions, torpedo and whatnot. I guess we'll find out either way. Slide up just a tad. Have a listen. Plenty. We're well over our tonnage for this one. I hope, what I was thinking about is I wonder if that counts towards like our next progression throughout the patrol and like campaign, so to speak. I don't know if that's like an actual thing mechanically or not. Guess we'll find out.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Run out of torpedoes and you have to sink something. Evacuate everyone out of the forward ram. We'll hold that off as a last resort.
20 Meter.
I think I've read on a couple like people chatting on the Discord, and somebody like a week or two ago was talking about having ram something, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's an interesting tactic. I always feel bad like when you get into a shallow zone. That's why I've been doing these pings, just to be safe, because I know like if you look on the map, you can kind of like, say we zoom in here at the ship and it kind of shows, like, gives you a little bit of a here's your depth, but I've had so many instances where that feels like it's not entirely accurate. Like it's like, oh, you've got 42 meters, and I'm like, great, drop to 30, and you hear it scraping the bottom just like a cheese grater. So now I just play it safe and use the equipment, right? I mean, that's what it's there for. It's that group, but 224. How are they? Did we really make that much ground on them that we ended up slightly south? It's a single ship, it looks like, so we might check that out. Problem is, the storm really seems like they are not really getting like good fix. Like prior to you guys jumping in the stream, the first convoy I engaged, just freighters, when we initially picked them up on hydrophone, man, that ping was all over the place. Like we could not lock it down. That was tough. It was definitely challenging to figure out exactly where they were. Check out their little food sitch here. I'm sure it's fine. Ooh, running a little low. Guess I neglected it a bit. Plenty to eat, but hey, try to keep it topped off for them. Talking a few days ago on UBoat Discord about that, the map view shows depth from surface, but I agreed is not very accurate. Yeah, that's been my experience. I think it's supposed to simulate depth charts that the boats carried, and that makes sense. Some of the charts were very outdated. I can understand that. That's cool. I mean, I like that that's a thing. If so, that's pretty cool. You know that it's like, hey, are you in that situation where it's enough risk that we just have to hit bottom and be okay, or can we take a second and get a ping out there? I've definitely experienced it when the water was like 50-ish and maybe more shallow. Like, as long as I know it's deeper, you know, 50 meters, no big deal, right? But anytime it's like 40, 30, it's questionable for sure. That's cool that they might be a thing, you know, like you can only be so accurate at that time in certain areas. I always find it very interesting on the map that I feel like when you really back out here, because we're a little ways away, like coming up through from your initial port that you start at, this entire area, like throughout this part of the grid, is like, my mind is always like, oh, I'm sure it's so deep there, right? And then you look and it's like 30 meters, like 28 meters. And I'm like, wow, that is incredibly shallow, I feel like. I mean, I get that you're kind of not landlocked, but you're close. But just seems to me like in your mind, you know, you just assume it's so deep everywhere, right? We'll see if these guys actually remain somewhat close to where they are. Gosh, the bunks are like overloaded with all these guys. We've got 6 of them here from the convoy. Playthrough, I have the TDC mod and it has a stopwatch on. You can calculate speed with that. So I talked here with Amanum a week or two ago, roughly, when I streamed, and we were discussing, I had the TDC mod turned on. And for me, being a little bit more of a rookie, I feel like it's a little overwhelming. I know they give you the whole manual, which is literally like 15 pages of like PDF file. I think it's awesome that they have it in the game, that somebody's, you know, recreated that pretty accurately. I definitely want to learn it, but I just haven't gotten there yet. I have a ways to go to utilize it, I suppose. But it is cool. I agree. It's very neat that it's in the game. I did notice the stopwatch and whatnot. I like how you can just kind of drag it over the window, right, and size it to where you can work with it. It's pretty cool. See, I feel like I'm off a bit there. Anywhere within 16 kilometers. We'll hang out here for a few and see how that shakes out. Hopefully, if that now not torrential downpour drops, maybe we'll be able to see them. Red lighting on. Maybe I'll work on that this week. I'll try to get a little more familiar with the TDC as well. I'd like to use it, turn the mod on. Let's do... Uh-oh. I think our game crashed. What do we got going on? Not sure. I think our game... Yeah, our game... our game crashed out. Oh no. Let's see. Can we get her open back up, maybe? I'm not actually sure. Can't even tell if the stream's still on. Storm knocked the power out. Power's still good. Not sure what happened. I think the actual game itself had a hard crash. Had a little window popped up there on Steam. Might have to... Let's close out our Steam or see if it will. I don't know. We might have to... Unfortunately, it's not looking like it's going to let us. What do we got? Steam web helper. Let's exit. Maybe. Maybe. There's our stream. Stream's still up and going, which is good. I'm glad I didn't lose everybody. But yeah, we definitely... The game just took a hard crash. First time. We'll see if it'll let us reboot. Interesting. It's a first for everything, right? It's that hellacious storm, man. It won't leave us alone. We'll see if she'll... Boy, I don't know where our last autosave was. That might be a little sketchy as well. Might have lost some good progress. Mouse and I got through the convoy earlier that we needed to sink, carrying the, you know, tech upgrades for the allies, so that should be safe. But as far as where we are, I'm not quite sure yet. Oh, yeah, we're a ways north. Yeah, we lost some progress, I guess, right? Interesting. Just surfacing from a previous listen, I guess. First crash I've had in that game yet. They're making it tough on us. Just lost travel time, not too bad. Don't really call. Yeah, I think we're pretty well safe. When we get down that direction, maybe we'll see. I don't know if it'll kind of keep true to form with what we saw with that other lone ship, or maybe it'll just be random and we might not see it. We'll find out. I think we're surfacing, aren't we? No, we still under? Let's fast forward just a tad. See, though, it's trying to pull us back in with the hellacious storm. That lightning's back in the 25-knot wind. It's not a good time. Look at that. Monsoon. It's too funny. Let's get the blue light off. That compass back on. I'm sure navigation's still fairly crap. Oh yeah, 38%. My gosh, it's been awful. Need that storm to break so we don't get lost. Radio man's going back to kick on the compressor. Look at that. Just pitching like crazy. Crazy. Fish, yum yum. Said nobody ever. Good on everything. I think we're fine. Just do a little fast travel, get us down there and see. I swear if the storm just lingers again, I'm gonna lose it. It's disappearing. We're good. Just some rain now, regular old rain. And for continuity's sake, we'll just do another listen. I forgot almost that we have that, whatever you want to call him, the reporter, whatever he is, his little title, ramping up the war efforts. Go ahead and ping it, Kurt, just to make sure. I know it was well over, I think, 125 meters. 93, close enough. Right, we are going to take you guys on. Yeah, crazy. First crash I've had playing. It's kind of hard crash theme, I guess. I feel like I'm running a Radeon graphics card now that I upgraded this year, and I feel like their drivers have been really wonky lately. Like the last upgrade or two hasn't wrecked anything in any games I play, but I've definitely noticed like little bits of occasional stuttering and things that weren't really a thing before. So I think they definitely have a ways to go, like buttering that stuff up. That might be our ship. Yep, that's the one. 224, 7 knots. Sounds like it. Just throw up something for reference sake for now. Captain's got navigation back up over 40%. That's a plus. I think we'll take this opportunity. I'll take a little minute for a bathroom break, and we'll let these guys have their listen. I'll BRB. All right, we're back. Let's see. Let's do a little time progression here just to shame of it is I don't know that we're still going to be able to get a very good visual on this guy. Go figure, it's nighttime again. Excuse me. Let's see. Get us off blue light. Make sure somebody gets back there to that compressor as well. That's already on, I believe. Nice. They beat me to it. Good job, crew. Smooth. Just a tad. It's probably going to be easier to be slightly south, because if he's heading, generally speaking, southwest, we want to be kind of perpendicular to that. It's ironic, everything I've run into this evening has been kind of direct, like at me. It's very weird. Forces me to kind of put my practice to use. I wish we knew really how quickly they were going. I guess I didn't pay close enough attention. I want to say it was like 7 knots maybe. Still nothing but rain. Rain, 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 rain. Goodness sakes. Let's turn just a tinge north. Stop. Oh my gosh, is it not raining? Finally! Holy cow, it broke. It broke, it broke, it broke. Goodness sakes. Hallelujah. Let's do... Periscope depth might be enough without the weather being an absolute horrific nightmare. Get these guys in here and we'll just have a quick listen, see if we can pick up that ship. See how close or how far off I might be. It's always good to have a nice chill evening with some U-boat farm work earlier today. It's pretty rough, pretty tired. It's a good way to end the day. think we heard him. See, that seems much steeper of an angle, depending on where the hell he's at. That's almost like... I don't know, I wouldn't think. I need to get a little better at math to get my angles, but that sure seems like it's less of an angle than 224 degrees. Playing, doing it myself, spent all day doing yard work. Happy belated Father's Day, if that applies to you guys as well. I just now thought of that. Yard work's always good. When you get it done, you feel accomplished, but it does, man. It's very draining. You do that and it's just like, all right, I'm cooked, like I'm done. We have a decent sized yard, so it takes some effort to cut as well. Thank you, I appreciate that. I always feel good after I get it done. Everything's like nice, looks nice, everything's cleaned up, ready to go, but it's draining, I get it. We, our farm, we keep a lot of raised beds where we grow, you know, veggies and assorted things, and it's my pet peeve is just having to trim and keep everything, you know, nice and neat, and it's just so tedious. It just puts me to sleep. I can't stand it. Let's see. Well, we know, give or take, I mean, realistically, it can be anywhere in that circumference. Let's, we're gonna go ahead, cut east just a tinge. Enjoy the work. Nice to look at it when it's all done and smile. Worth it every time, for sure. You got to take pride in your stuff, right? You know, you go past, I know here that some places you see and it's just, you can tell some people just don't care. You never have to be over the top. We're all just average Joes, right? But you gotta care about what you have. That was my first job as a kid, was cutting grass with my grandfather. I did a lot of neighborhood homes down the road from where I live and grew up, and you learn a lot of responsibility like that when people were picky and they want their stuff to look just a certain way. I always had some interesting customers, but you always do what you can to make them happy. Let's see. We're probably, we're barely moving because we're submerged. We'll go ahead and speed up just a tinge. See if we can get us in a decent position for this. A single ship, I guess, unless it's a rare destroyer or escort, it's probably not exactly high risk. But you never know. I enjoy some outdoor work for sure as well. We get plenty of that here with the farm, that's for sure. Today was a day to make a little bit of hay while the weather's nice, so we capitalized on that here after dinner time and got it done. Should make tomorrow a bit easier, hopefully. Fingers crossed, you never know. Things happen. We're just gonna go ahead and surface. No reason to run the batteries and go snail speed. Somebody on that compressor. That'll get us moving a little quicker. Should be a little easier to get in position. Really hoping this year to prepare the yard to start growing next year. Thinking hoop houses or something similar. Don't have enough property for a true farm. Live near plenty though. It's very cool, man. I would love, you'll have to keep me updated on the hoop house. We, ironically, that we're on this subject, we built a, ours is 60, I know we're talking two different measuring units. I'm sure you guys are metric over there. Ours is 60 foot by 15 wide, and we bought the framing, like the piping and everything, from a farm a few hours from us distance wise, and we had always kept a large garden here, and we decided to kind of allocate a small space of that garden for our hoop house, and we use our hoop house for growing anything, even veggies and everything as well, but we primarily use it for, we grow and sell hanging baskets, decorative flowers, and we sell those at a local kind of little very, very small market in our town. It's a very, very small rural town. It's been super fun. I love it. That's the crazy state of where things are, you know, in terms of having a farm and a couple hundred acres here in the States. You just, most places at least, that's too small. Like, you don't make a lot of money. It's actually a sad thing, you know. My dad is a farmer through and through, you know, like he's done that his entire life. And he always tells me that, like, your neck of the woods, generally speaking, I can't specify where, but he kind of keeps abreast of like farming information and news, and he told me that at least him, or the thought he has, maybe you can allude to whether or not it's true, is that you guys take farming a little more serious over there, like a little more, I would say, respect for the farmers. Over here, it's just, I mean, everything's commercialized, you know. If you're not 2,500 acres and, you know, these massive farms that are probably owned by corporate, you know, entities, it's very difficult for farms to make money. It's extremely difficult nowadays. But either way, it's, you know, we do what we can to make it work, and it's fun. It's a challenge for sure. It's fun. Yeah, that would be great for you to have a hoop house. They're great. I love ours so much. I go out there about every day to work on something, whether it's just organizing or caring for some flowers, you know, whatever needs done. It's really fun. We still have a lot of improvements we need to make. We put a furnace in it this year to help keep temperatures stable. Cooling it has proven to be a little more difficult. Like this time of year, you get the really hot weather where if the sun's out, you know, just even a little bit, it gets very, very warm. You run some fans, obviously, but sometimes that only does so much for you. I think our next improvement will be, they make a product, if you're familiar with it, shade cloth. Kind of literally just what it sounds, you know, a relatively opaque cloth to kind of help bounce some of that heat back out rather than coming in. So small things like that we're going to do and kind of experiment with to see how they work. It's very cool. I hope you guys set one up. That's awesome. Let's see. How quickly we going? I think that's going to be quite enough. Now we're going to see. Problem is, I just don't know. Maybe we do need to go further. I feel like this one's going to catch me really out of position. We'll use your trick here. be anywhere though. Could definitely be further west or even east. Might be right on top of us by the time it's all said and done. Let's go ahead and speed her up and keep going. I'm in New York. By me, the farms all seem to be in competition to host playgrounds or wine or beer tastings or some gimmick to bring people on site. Yeah. So I've seen the beer thing and the wine is we're in Ohio, so not super far removed, I guess. But I definitely see that kind of being like a just like you said, kind of a gimmick, like a thing people are doing to try to draw, attention and business of any kind. And you know what, at the end of the day, I can't really say I blame them. I mean, a lot of those places, they're probably in debt, up to their eyeballs to keep the money coming in. And I apologize. I thought for some reason when we spoke, maybe I misunderstood that you were overseas. I don't know why I thought that. Few great dedicated farms that supply local farmers markets are the cooperatives. Yeah, you'll always find a few. That's one thing about farmers is some of those guys and women for that matter are just they have pretty high moral standards. Certainly, I wish they were rewarded more for it, and that's not speaking from me. I'm far removed from a farmer, obviously. I mean, we're sitting here streaming a game, but I grew up around them, so I know. We were always in the dairy business when I was a kid. That's what my dad did. He was a dairy farm. We produced milk and shipped it and sold it, and his grandparents did that as well. So a couple generations worth. We don't do it anymore in the late 90s here. It's just the money was non-existent. I mean, it was costing us around 1998, 1999. We were spending on top of expenses. We were coming out about in the hole each year about $20,000. It was costing us just to remain open and produce milk. So by 99, they said, why are we doing it? There's no reason. Like, we're just hurting ourselves. Like, stop. So we did. Let's see. Yeah, it's a tough thing to be in for sure. Those guys and women, I hope that they come up with some better solutions in the near future for sure. Let's do... like the multi-generational owned farms, don't see that so much in any other business, that's for sure. I mean, it was tough for us, I mean, there were several times my family thought about selling for sure. I mean, why wouldn't you? The money you get out of the land could easily take care of, like my dad, he would be fine the rest of his life. That's one thing about those guys, they're very simple, they don't need anything. But it's just that if you give it up, it's gone. All that work, all that history and effort that was required to maintain and keep it and get it is just gone. So it's very hard to just walk away. It's why I'm still here, why I came back. I worked off farm for many years and I was not a fan, man. My health took a really poor turn. had a lot of issues. You know, I'd gained weight. I was having kidney stones all the time, super painful, just terrible. And this past year, just somewhat recently, like right before I got into streaming occasionally, I made the decision to walk away from that and come back here and make less money, but at least I help them with it, you know, and feel like it's more productive use of my time and effort. So money's not everything, that's for sure. A lot of people say that, but I don't think they really believe it. There's our bug with the guy stuck on the valves. Wish it was as easy as simple as walking away from kidney stones too. Oh, if you've had them, I listen, my condolences, because I am closing in on 35 years old this month, actually, here in just not even 2 weeks. And I have had them. This winter was my third experience, and by far the worst. It lasted probably 40 plus days, to the point where, you know, as a farm guy, and I don't like to go to doctors, and I try to stay healthy and away from medication as much as possible. And I had to go see a doctor because it was affecting me mentally. I didn't know how to bear having the pain roughly every 48 to 72 hours, like the severe pain that was laying me out for days at a time. 5 or 6 times, oh my gosh, hospitalized the first 2. Oh, I've been there. My first one, I went to a doctor. The second time, I actually had family home, and they thankfully kind of forced me to go to the ER because I almost blacked out. Like, it hit me so quickly, and I didn't know. It just was instant. And by the time we left from my home to the ER, which is like a 15-minute drive, it had, you know, moved and had released itself like into my bladder, and I was like, hey, I'm fine, I'm good, you know. And oh my gosh, the pain, I understand, unfortunately, and I sympathize. It is terrible, 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 terrible. It's one of the worst things I've ever experienced. Truly terrible. I can't imagine 5 or 6 times. It gives me anxiety thinking about it. I've had, what did I say, 3, and it's still just, I'm in fear. Like every other day, I'm like, should I not be eating this? Is there too much sodium in this? I need to drink more water. Like, streaming's been tough for me because, you know, I'm drinking water the whole time, like just constantly trying to make sure that intake's there. It's tough when you're doing something, you know, you get so sidetracked, like you do your yard work and whatnot, and then here you are, like it's been a couple hours without a drink, right? See, he's more western than we were anticipating. We didn't know what was going on the first time. It's so terrible. Absolutely terrible. That's what's scary, right? Is when you don't know and that pain hits you, and just some people, you go through the various symptoms and what it does to your body, and that sends you into more of a panic, and it's just it's terrible, terrible, terrible. Absolutely. When I spoke to my newest doctor, when I went, you know, I asked him, I said, is this, like, I told him about my previous history, and that, you know, I'd had a pretty stressful work environment at the time, and I wasn't eating great. I was eating too much carry out. You're getting all that sodium, you're drinking sodas, things you shouldn't drink. And I told him, I said, is that, and the sad part is he tells me, he's a very nice guy, seems very intelligent. And he said, he's like, some people it's genetic. Some people it's just bad luck. He said some people are 10 times worse than you with their diet and activity levels and everything. And he said that they may never get one. And you just never know is the problem. That's what's so scary. I sympathize. It's awful. Totally awful.
Witzig.
Let's see. About to surface soon.
20 Meter.
It's all about the mixture in your kidneys. Did they ever tell you what type of stones you have? So I had mine tested the first time that I went when I was a bit younger, when I went to a family doctor that, we went to. And the lab tested it, and they told me that mine was, I'm going to forget the name now. You would think I would know this after all the self-research and panic I have. It was the calcified, like, I know there's the uric acid stones that has something to do with like protein levels and whatnot. It's not that. Those are generally a little larger by nature typically. And then there's the ones that are I'm going to forget the term, but they're like they're very, very jagged, can cause infections because they're tearing so much up in your body, and then you get infections, and it's a whole nother ordeal. Mine were the calcified, like they were finding levels of calcium in it. The ironic part is, this most recent doctor that I saw early in the year, Little Diamonds, yeah. Oh. The doctor that I saw recently wanted to run like a full, like in-depth blood test to check everything. And he ran my levels and everything was actually very good, thankfully, but he was saying that my calcium was elevated. And when you look at those, it's like the normal range, and then they kind of show you where you are in relation to that. I was like 0.1 whatever units of measurement away from normal range, and I'm like, I don't feel like that would be enough to trigger it. I mean, it could be anything, and like he said, sometimes it's just the way like you said, your chemical makeup. Your body might be like, hey, this is always going to be a problem. Sorry. It's just, it's terrible. Hate him, hate him, hate him. Let's move forward just a tad. I guess we're going to take a little bit of a gamble. Maybe we'll get a visual on this guy without the storm being a total deal breaker. It's amazing we can actually see. We're still tossing and turning a bit. The wind might be 11 knots. Terrible. Of course, when you're used to 25, I guess, it's not saying much. Most recent urologist suggested citric acid and lemon juice to combat them. So far, so good. That's great, man. I'm pulling for you. I really hope it helps. After having troubles the beginning of this year, it was actually ironically when I started playing U-Boat to kind of help keep my mind off of it. Um, I started drinking, like, I'll slice up a lemon or two and put that in with my water. Um, and I avoid soda, I avoid juices. The only juice I will drink at all, and I dilute it with water when I do, is every couple days I'll enjoy like a splash of cranberry with my water. So it's not straight, and I'm only drinking one glass of it that way, and that's just for like bladder purposes to help. I try to keep myself as healthy as I can. And the lemon juice I have heard as well. I've heard good things about it as well. That's one thing. I love lemonade, so I know the sugar's not good for you, but like actual real fresh lemonade, not like canned or fountain stuff. And it's not the worst thing in the world for you, as long as you're not drinking them every day, all day. So when I'm out and about, and if I get a chance to have some, I go for it. Water only gets you so far. Cranberry is a good one too. Natural antibiotic. It is, yes. Yep. Lemonade, I don't know. It's very rare for me to drink one. Very, very rare. I mean, like, I have one every few months, maybe, and that's it. So I guess maybe I'm playing a little Russian roulette with it. I've trimmed down my salt in foods, though, tremendously. I mean, I cut out almost everything. When I cook at home, I don't even really use it on anything. Very rarely, if any. I've actually started taking, it's a natural supplement through, I believe the company's called Mary Ruth's. It's out west. I think they're in like California, possibly. But it's an organic supplement that is, if you've ever heard of, you should do some research. It's corn silk tea. Is like an old kind of, I don't want to say like a gimmick, but it's like a very old timey thing that was like known to help prevent those from forming. And if they are in there, it helps kind of your body to break them down into more manageable, issues to deal with. And I found just a very small, simple Mary Ruth's. I'm taking stuff from another vendor. It's just a supplement that you splash in your water each day or every couple days, whatever. And I try to take it every day, and I just literally put a little dropper full in my water in the morning, drink that, and I feel like it really, to me, I notice a difference in just how I feel. There's never, it just makes your body just do its thing normally. Yeah, I actually had trouble getting it from Mary Ruth's here over like the last month. I guess they were having some issues with like some of their suppliers for some of their products, because like a lot of it's certified organic, that sort of thing. So I'm sure they can only buy from certain places. And it was out of stock for like a month, and I was starting to panic a little bit, just like, oh my gosh, and you don't want to be relying on things, but if it helps you and you feel an improvement, you do want to take it when you've experienced that. So I totally understand. Don't know that we're going to find this guy without several hydrophone listens. Get us under, boys. Have a listen. Help if somebody was on the hydrophone, eh? Propellers detected. Let's see, that's our guy. We're not too bad. Maybe we're starting to figure out where the hell he is. Of course, this is what it did to us before, right? Thought we had a little bit of a fix on him and wasn't really too close. Go ahead and drop. Actually, hell. Let's test my theory here. I mean, it's not perfect, right? Could be human error. So we're not too far off. We might have to pick up the speed a bit so he doesn't get too far ahead of us there. Oops. Got to get better at determining the angles for sure. That's a little bit of a weak spot of mine. Because I know the torpedoes are so dependent on the proper impact. You can't be too wide. Let's go ahead and surface. When we surface, we'll get that compressor topped off so I don't forget, and then we'll go ahead and speed her up. Missed my old game file. I had the mechanics ranked up so I didn't get the little plumes of smoke. We were a little bit tougher to see coming. Now I guess we've got those dirty diesels running. We're still a ways out. That might be our only bad thing. I might be needed to have been a little bit further south if he outruns us. Hopefully our speed, we can cut him off. Cut him off. I guess even if I'm in bad torpedo positioning, our deck gun, we might have enough ammo. Let's do a little first person here. I want to see. It's been a while since I've toyed with first person much. Ooh. Mouse skipped there. Ooh. those things churning. Don't fall off the boat, Mr. Hoffman. Don't make me make you fall off the boat. How about that? Isn't there a way to check the storage for the deck gun? I mean, that shows what's loaded. Or up here, I guess. 7 rounds of armor piercing. Yeah, we were completely out of HE. Let's see if we have... Correction, I thought my multivitamin had the same stuff. Mine has... It has the... There's like 4 ingredients in that. I'll have to look that up and tell you when I see you on stream next time. Corn silk... And then it's 3 herbs that are in it. So it's 4 items total that are all 4 specifically geared for kidney and bladder health. Just to like make you sure your kidneys and everything are working at like peak efficiency and like not getting as much buildup and everything. And I remember going through, because, you know, you want to make sure you know what you're taking it for, right? And I remember reading the individual uses of those particular herbs alongside the corn silk, and each one of them was like, this has been used for kidney troubles, and this helps prevent, you know, bladder issues, etc. So I definitely am, I feel pretty confident in what that product is and how it works and everything. And like I said, I personally taking it, it's been great. If I have it, juniper, cleavers leaf is in mine as well, yes. Dandelion, I think, is in mine, that's right. Hawthorn, I don't know. Horsetail, and the Chonka Piedra, that's almost exact as mine as well. You have a couple extra things in there, I think, that mine doesn't. Mine is the cleavers, dandelion, the Chonka Piedra, I'm butchering that name, I'm sure. That's the list from Mary Ruth's. Yeah, that's it. So there's a couple extra things in there that I couldn't remember. I was gonna say that's like too similar. I gotcha. Yeah, without looking at the bottle, I recognized a few. The kidney support supplement, that's exactly what I take. Yep. Yep, that is what I take. So far, so good. I have no complaints. Appreciate you doing the Googles. Let's see, we've closed 2 kilometers. I have a bad feeling he's gonna be ahead of us. We can use the deck gun, but, you know, want to get a little practice with the torpedoes. I was taking something similar. Either my multivitamin changed their formula and I missed it, or I lost those when I changed vitamins. I gotcha. I take a multivitamin as well. It's the only 2 things I take. Just a liquid multivitamin each morning, and then that supplement I started when I had those really bad troubles the first of the year, because I was just beside myself. I wanted any and everything I could do to help. When you're going through those, you know, you just want relief so bad. Let's see. Oh, we might have found our guy. No way. Nice. I didn't do too terribly. He's a ways off. That looks like him. We're too far. There he is. Let's lock him in here. I don't know that we needed an alarm, boys, but hey, whatever. What do we got? Is that... I always struggle a little with identifying these. 2 masts. It's definitely not... Yeah, it's not the Explorer. It's either a Bell or... It's not the tower. Okay, the tower's literally got the extra little mast here, I believe. From what I can see, that's not the case. I'm gonna guess and say that's... Yeah, it's not a Liberty either. I think we're looking at an Empire Bell. Let's see, can we get our speed? Just a little micro tinge early, maybe, but we'll see what I can do. It's not like we're on completely hardcore mode. I'm get that little cheat where it'll show me the projected path of my calculation. Seven knots. Now, course I struggled with a bit earlier. That was what I kind of whiffed on my previous convoy. So your 2 options is relative course, rotate the arrow to visually match the course of your target just as you see it. So I'm going to say that that's probably... We're looking at it as more of the left bow side, correct? So it would almost be like maybe yeah, 100. Because the other option is what? Angle on bow, which you have to calculate if I'm not mistaken. That's like if I was standing on the bow of that ship, where would the U-boat appear from there? Which is an angle at which your U-boat appears to be from the perspective of someone on the target ship's bow. Right. So I'm thinking... Probably off a tinge, but I feel like that's relatively close. The distance I've done before, so I think I can figure that out. You have to get it right on top of the mast, I believe. It's probably... kilometers, maybe? Next hurdle becomes we got to close that gap a tinge because we're still further away than I should be for firing torpedoes, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead and get tube 4 and I believe tube 2 ready. We'll use some torpedoes on this one. I used a lot of deck gun earlier after my goof up, so we'll see if I can make some torpedoes work. To close this gap just a tinge. I was gonna say we should be decent pace here. Just get us around 2 kilometers, even a tinge inside that, and I think I'll be a-okay. I need to actually remember, I don't remember the, excuse me, the like proper running range of these torpedoes, like the older T1 and T2. I don't know if there's actually... Be nice if we had like a little, what do I want to say, like an in-game, not wiki, but some kind of informational database for like people like me that are a little newer. Just on simple things like that, maybe like some stats on some of the equipment. If you go to Torpedo Room, maybe it'll tell me, like if I'm examining one. Let's get, you need to get the other maintenance here. Show the storage and hover over the torpedoes. Gotcha. So we're using, say, T2s. Oh, it does. Nice. Thank you. Come to save the day again, man. 56 kilometer an hour speed, range 5. Okay, I was going to say, I was thinking it was at least 4. Just from prior knowledge and nerding out on that a bit. Good to know. So let's go ahead and get you, we'll stop up here. And I'm gonna say, did he do the maintenance on those? Estimated impact distance, 3.9. Well, that's well within 5. We're gonna give her a try and see what I can do. I think, again, I'm probably slightly off on the bearing. I don't do the greatest job at figuring that out. I'm gonna have to, that'll be my next hurdle to learn. Pretty sure, I would say it's pretty safe just from prior game experience that it's clipping along at 7 knots, and that's a much easier calculation for me to determine. See, I feel like that, wonder if I can cheat this a tad and figure out, I can change the, let's see here. So originally we were projecting that around what, 224 I think, and I've got it at about 244. That opens it up larger, so it would be, it's basically a steeper angle. Let's see where that puts us. Angle on bow might be easier. I feel like it's probably, like, thinking about it visually is, you're probably right, probably like slightly easier for me to kind of wrap my head around maybe. See, though, that comes out. So if I'm standing on the bow of that ship, I guess it would be pretty close to 90, right? Like 90 degrees is where we've tried to position ourselves. Or whip out the protractor. See, that's what I need to, like, sit down and actually do to learn. Let's take a look here. We can do... Yeah, see, I'm way off. So if we want to do it with a protractor, we would have to do... See, I can't even think, like... I overcomplicate it and think a little too much on how to do it. We pretty much know the pathing that he's taking. We know our bearing. I would need to... Subsim Forum, I found a lightly salted, does a series on UBoat. Watched the Evade one last night. I've watched Lightly Salted. I haven't watched him in a while. He actually popped into one of my streams like 2 weeks ago, briefly. And I did learn quite a bit from him. I need to refresh. Obviously, there's things that I need to get. But yes, I definitely watch him, and I really like him as well. He and that Wolfpack 345, I think his name is, on YouTube. He's very fun to watch. He does a little more like cinematic, like he kind of shows off in between like engagements. Let's see, I keep confusing myself a bit. If you draw a ruler line from that ship to your boat, it's less than 90 degrees. I hate how that kind of takes your point. Right. Let's see what this shows. Kind of... Man, what am I missing with this that I'm just feeling really dumb? Yeah, so if we were like standing on the bow of that ship, it's probably literally like... It's not going to make a huge difference. Man, I wish just my brain could focus enough to get me to understand easier. Like, I know I'm just overthinking it. You could align your boat to a point at a 90-degree intersect point. That's true. We're aiming a little... Like, he's obviously moved forward in the time that it's taken me to sit here and cook my brain until it crosses your path and set the angle on bow to 90. Another good idea. We'll try that for now, just so I don't waste my, we're gonna do, oops, come on. And then, so when this gets... Oops. I know I'm not quite doing this 100% most efficient way, but for whatever reason, just exhaustion and inexperience, I'm a little cooked. So in theory, when he gets about right here, he's at 90 now. All right, well, let's do... I don't know why, struggling so much with thinking about that right now. Usually I don't have that much trouble with it, even just through a little bit of experimentation, but for some reason, it's just beyond me, I guess. Let's see how far off I am on this one. Let's not kid ourselves. We have the deck gun, and it's a lone freighter, so we'll see what happens here. Let's clean up some of this junk that I'm confusing myself with. We shall see. It's probably going to be close, but let's get ourselves a little bird's eye view. Coming from this side. Follow the torpedoes, I believe. When I finish my first playthrough, I'll have to up the difficulty and play with these tools more. I've been relying on the crew while I get familiar with managing them. That's kind of my problem too. I think when I first started playing, I felt overwhelmed with the idea of determining like that, you know, the math to figure it out. And I use the crew as well, which I think that's fine when you're learning and everything, obviously. But I definitely want to get more comfortable with it to where I know like what to start looking for. And I'm getting there. I don't give myself enough credit. I don't play enough. I need to be playing a little more frequently. It's going to be close. We might be almost a little behind. It's going to be close. Second one, anyway. There's one. Second one might miss. No, it didn't. Okay. I'll take that. Yeah, I think it's safe to say he's going down. 2 was probably a bit of overkill, but we'll take it. I don't know, I was telling one of the guys in the stream earlier, that mouse that was here in chat, I've seen ships in this game kind of start to look like this, where they're still limping along, but it looks like he's done for. Yeah, they're cooked. They're in the lifeboats. That was it. Send that report. Leave our view. Let's see if I can, I don't know. Yeah, that we need to be closer to interact with the lifeboats. I can't take them on board anyway. We're literally full up on this run. Let us forward here. Moving too fast, really. Come on. I like, one of the things I personally like in the game is the actual crew management. I know there's not necessarily a lot, but I like having those settings kind of higher to more, I hesitate to say micromanage, but a little bit of that to, you know, kind of get a little more out of them, so to speak, and you just kind of gives you something to do in between the lulls. But I do enjoy that aspect of it for sure. Guys, I cannot take your officers on board. I will be nice and we'll give you just a few supplies for the reputation. And now we are, I still just need to polish off this patrol. I can't believe how many ships I've encountered in this one. It's been a busy compressed air low. Oh, we fired the torpedoes off, that's why. Used up just a little bit of air. First impression of U-Boat was it was only micromanagement. Thought it would be more like Fallout Shelter, others like it. And then when I returned to Silent Hunter recently, I checked out U-Boating and realized it was so much more. Yeah. It's definitely, I mean, I think when they do their 1.0 release, I think it's going to be very fun. I'm sure they're going to polish up some of the existing systems. I'm sure the modders will come out with some other really nice stuff, like how we talked about the TDC, other various. I know there's a big mod I guess everybody uses right now that I'll get it downloaded this week, and maybe when I stream next, we'll see if I can try it out. It's like a mod that supposedly activates like a few other like more detailed functions in and around the ship, so I'm curious to see how that works. It's on their Discord, like a lot. I think there's even like a subsection for just discussing that particular mod. It's pretty cool. There's so much potential here for sure for really fun game. Kurt, we need that navigation up, my friend. Goodness sakes, it's been so low. Look at that, 38%. It's because we haven't been able to see for a week. I might change the radio officer. I can always manually kind of work with him to get him an extra ear when he needs it, but right now I feel like it's just added fatigue to the crew that we don't really need. Let's go ahead and stop, have a little listen. And as much as I'd like to polish off the patrol, I may call it there because I've been live for several hours. Pretty good session. Cannot believe the amount of ships I've sunk this time. Definitely one of my bigger outings, whether I made mistakes or not. Let's give me a ping just to be safe. That's so cool that you brought up earlier about the depth charts. I really like that. That's like a technically a thing, so to speak. 45 minutes ago. I'm keeping you up, but you helped me out. We got the ships on. Yeah, we'll just do our last little listen, and then we'll save her there. That's what it's for, right? A few of the other guys had their beers for the evening, so they were a little tired earlier, which I don't blame them. It's the weekend, Father's Day weekend. Quiet that. Give him his extra ears. Take you guys off at 50 meters. We're not going to need you. And we will speed her up. Propellers, but we'll deal with that next time. So, we're gonna go just reset our little settings here. Make sure that compressor's running. And then we'll call her there. Compressor's on. I want to see that thing running just so I can make sure. That's like one of the things I learned early on, was not getting stuck without air. Such a simple mistake, but could be the end. It's got that on, I believe. That's it. We'll call her there, guys. I appreciate all your help again, sir. It's indispensable. Get your rest for the evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Tomorrow starts a new one. Appreciate you. Have a good one.